Microphone check. Sound check. Decisive check. KELVIN check. JAMLOCK check. Break and finish live. It is a chilly Friday evening at exactly 7 p.m. starting time on the 3rd of April 2025. Welcome to maybe one of the most anticipated matches in the tour. It is being played between the Ugandan, that is Rashid, WAGABA donning red, and KELVIN, NKANDU donning cream. For the loss of $2,000, two of the most amazing players from their respective countries are racing to 21. Please confirm from wherever you're watching if the audio is clear and how good the video reception is as we proceed with both audio and video. Once again, in the comment section, please clarify about clarity of audio and video. Now the guy donning the reds is actually called Rashid WAGABA, all the way from Kampala in Uganda. We actually call him Dog City as a matter of nickname. He does represent the Ugandan team that is called Upper Volta. His opponent, Kelvin Fikoti, born and raised in Lusaka in Zambia, but of late he is Tanzanian managed. His management team are called Q Masters, based all the way in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. This is the first ever time that these two amazing shooters are taking each other on in a long race, though they are face off against each other. The team that are called Spice Pool Club. There he won about 7 weekly comps, a relatively successful stint in Zambia, returning to his home country of Uganda late 22. Kelvin as well has some history in Uganda. If you remember the Grand Michana Open that happened last, that was 2024. That was as well followed up by the ATA Africa Super 16-man comp. It was won by Kelvin when he defeated the Ugandan Caesar in the final. Thereafter, Kelvin and with his friend and international teammate Moses Mofia did travel to Uganda for about a 4 month. He was resident there, playing in tournaments and money matches against the best of Ugandan players. He did not get to have a match against Dog City. I actually don't remember the two facing off in a tournament. Maybe this match provides us with a chance of seeing them against each other for the first time in quite a long while. The Ugandan now leads by 2-1 in this race, which is to 21. We shall be having a scoreboard at the top of the screen on the right. If you're watching from Facebook, if you're watching from Facebook, it is top middle. If you're watching from YouTube, it is top right, with the scores for Rashid in red. Of course, he's donning red. On the left, the scores for Kelvin in green on the right. I have to say they are two of the most similar players on the African continent in terms of their level, in terms of their style of play. You are going to see so many clearances. You are also likely to see lots of apples. Maybe the difference shall be just unforced errors between the two. Otherwise, in terms of entertainment, we are guaranteed until we have a winner who shall be the first to 21. Rashid Wagaba, Duk City 2, and Kelvin NKANDU, nicknamed Fikoti 1, race to 21.
Looks like it's not working for me.
The live stream of this action with the same audio and pretty much the same video is on two platforms, that is Break and Finish Live Facebook and my YouTube socials, that is Peter Chove Live YouTube. Feel free to watch from a platform of your preference, as Kelvin could be winning another here. It is the fourth frame. I want to assume that 2 of the 4 will be won with a single visit of the table from both of the players, and that is what this match is going to be all about. My expectation is that it will be as exciting as the match between Dog City and Ishmael, the last that was played between the two at Machan Pub, the one that was won by Ishmael by 21 frames to 19, where they played 40 frames and 21 of them were apples. That is more than half of the match were just apples, red and green respectively. That match provided the highest amount of apples I have ever streamed in a long race, and you are listening to someone that has been streaming many matches in now a 7th year, as Kelvin will be contemplating putting both red and black to the same corner pocket bottom right, playing the red with the top spin cue ball bouncing off the right cushion, moving leftwards, and black can pass into the same corner pocket, and the rest is a formality. Kelvin 2, Dog City 2, race to 21.
looks like it doesn't work.
Then I put it in power bank. It was off. Put it in power. No, it's now in power bank. It's faulty. Two frames apiece, dear viewers. We are racing to 21. It is that long race to 21 which I frankly don't believe will be taking the maximum normal duration of 3 hours minimum. Some take 4, some take 5. I've even streamed a race to 21 that happened for 7 hours. The match that happened, I think, 3 days ago between, who was it? Patrick Mwangi and Steven Jackson. It was 7 hours of shooting and potting and timeout and snookers and limit. Most of it was not the best action in terms of entertaining, but yes, that's the amount it took. But this one, believe you me, by 10 p.m. I believe we shall be having a winner. It's just my opinion that maybe Kelvin starts this one off as the slight favorite, only slightly, with both players playing very similar, but Kelvin's record of results has been a little more superior to his opponent, but Dog City can take him down as well. And Rashid will want to put the 2 yellows remaining on the table to diagonal corner pockets, bottom right and the top left. Maintenance of cue ball and potting will be key here, and he does none. What may have come his way is the position of the cue ball. Maybe Kelvin has sight of only one of the 6 reds on table, and it will have a very high bridge. He will most likely be playing some kind of safety. Play the cue ball towards the bottom left end of the table. Is it leftwards enough? Maybe not. Dog City has some sight of the yellow that is at the top left end of the table. I'm not so certain it is sight enough to put it maybe a little off the red, but it's a very difficult pattern if we are to get the cue ball as well as pot. That's why he will want simply some kind of safety, play the distant yellow, and I think that one will be safe enough. But if you look at the 2 reds at the bottom left, he could play one of them, the one that is most leftwards. If he doesn't put it, will be a perfect snooker. Even if he had played the right one, it is as well a perfect snooker. And maybe the trouble Dog City will be in for now is that should he foul, should he miss the yellow, even from the cushion, he knows that he will be missing the frame as well, and Kelvin will perhaps be taking the lead for the first time in the match. He does find the yellow and doesn't pot, which perhaps is exactly what he may have intended. Tomorrow there will be no live streaming of any money matches, guys. We are having a tournament, a 64-man competition that has all of these guys in participation. Players from Zambia, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, South Africa, and Malawi. Some kind of African comp. They'll be racing to 9 single elimination, and I hope that we shall be playing 2 rounds tomorrow, the round of last 61, round of last 32, then from round of last 16 up to the final. That action shall be coming your way starting this coming Sunday, Easter Sunday. That is Easter on the pool table. Now Dog City may want to do something special here, play the cue ball into the dead yellow. He was successful in terms of playing his yellow in open, but it was not successful in terms of pot. Looks like the yellow he played jumped out of the pocket. I'm even trying to play back the video to see for myself. Yes. And now Dog City is knockout once again. Not so many times do you see Kelvin play about 4 to 5 safeties in the same frame. A match between players that as well speak the same language. Every time Dog City finds the angle, Kelvin snookers again. He has done so again. All that can do for Dog City is to find the angle. It is the reason Kelvin has been snookering repeatedly, by the way. I've never seen him that. Now it's about 6 times that he has been playing snooker repetitively in the same frame as Dog City plays off the right cushion. Looks like a foul. Finally, Kelvin gets the fish shot. He has fought so hard for with one thing in mind. The Zambian wants to finish the frame and take the lead for the very first time in this very fine match. Here comes Kelvin going for victory, at least for the first 5 frames. The Zambian now needing to put the 2 reds close to each other first. He has lots of options. We could perhaps want to put both of them to the same corner pocket, or could want to put one to the same corner pocket and another to the side, which is what he's doing. And after that little but detailed, beautiful shot, Dog City knows that the frame is gone away from him. Given how good both of these guys cue, they will be knowing that every time one of them makes the move goes for the frame, they must finish it, or else highly likely that the opponent will in their next visit of the table. Kelvin now needing to put red and black to the corresponding corner pockets, bottom left and top left, to record his 3rd of the match. This one he can put even with the eyes closed. Kelvin 3 and Dog City 2. has been a very narrow miss by Dog City after attempting to win frame number 6 by break and finish. And the chance looks decent enough for Kelvin to stream the frame, to steal the frame away, especially considering the red he's playing now. His intention was to play it, not to put it, but occupy that pocket where the black is packed just behind. He really hasn't come through. If Dog City can put a ball, the shot Kelvin has just played will go down as a big mistake. All the Uganda needs is to put a ball, which he does. Plays the cue ball even better, and is clearly now getting the equalizing frame in the match. All 3 yellows in pretty good space. Of course, he will want to start with the one that is closer to the cue ball, and by putting it to the corner pocket to bottom right, the cue ball bounces off the bottom cushion and moves a little leftwards. He's not intending to use the cushion, he's just playing backspin, and then the cue ball moves leftwards. That is even better. A very little shot with too much skill from the Ugandan, especially considering the position of the cue ball so close to the cushion, and then he played backspin, moving it leftwards. And Kelvin knows that the shot he missed last has cost him the frame that the Ugandans came close to winning a few moments ago, getting chance to play again in the same frame after Kelvin missed, and Dog City now is reclaiming what you may actually say belonged to him in the first instance anyway. He will use the smallest amount of power, will I say the least amount of power balance possible. Even then, he's just playing backspin, bouncing the cue ball off the bottom cushion, a little bit arrogant, but it will do. Dog City versus the black for the equalizing frame. Of course, he will equalize. Rashid Wagaba 3 and Kelvin Fikoti 3. You imagine when Dog City, every time he plays, even when the movement of the cue ball is slightly inaccurate, he just feels like throwing his hands all around the place. He knows any chance given to Kelvin is almost certainty of losing the frame, and Kelvin is doing so in equal measure. Now Dog City is remaining with one red on the table. He needs to move the cue ball as he passes red to the center pocket of the cue ball all the way leftwards, maybe into the black all the way leftwards. For as long as the black can pass, he may be safe. I'm not certain it can pass. Maybe he needs to cheat the pocket a little. Also avoid any contact between black and yellow or black and Joe. He will be in business. He avoids the yellow and the Joe and puts the black and wins the frame and takes the lead for the second time in the match. It is now Rashid Wagaba 4 and Kelvin Fikoti 3 race to 21 for $2,000 US. The Ugandan has in the meantime gotten to put black on the break. He gets to break the same frame again with no scores recorded. Still 4-3. Dog City up against Kelvin. After this, as Don Prince asks if there is another match, there is none. There was supposed to be a first match between Kelvin and Herbert. That is Kevin Yegon, not this Kelvin. That one hasn't happened, as Kevin advises that his focus is now on the tournament. He will want to play races after tomorrow's tournament is done. So it is now unlikely that that match will happen because Herbert will have to travel back home and proceed with his school program. Maybe the Ugandan youngster that will be playing many matches against Kenyan players after tournament is done on Monday shall be Jackson Asku, who by the way won a 32-man competition that was held at Mchana Polo Club yesterday evening. And thank you for appreciation, Dr. NKANDU, Bonnie Lvoa. But last time I checked on Caesar's game, they were drawing 6-6. But now I don't know what is happening because my focus is here. Anyway, Innocent Chikwa predicts that Kelvin will win. We wait and see. Chef Coach, thank you very much as well for watching on the YouTube stream, and many of you that are watching from the Facebook stream. Special shout out to you, Daniel Minyoi Mashawani, supporting Kelvin Damian Duff. Thank you for watching. And Teku, you call yourself the uneducated dude, and supporting the guy you call the dog in the city, Deli Kwali. Thank you for watching. With Dog City going for a fifth. Won't be easy finishing this with one visit of the table, but yes, it is possible, but only just. And you may perhaps be hearing very loud music. I may momentarily start muting every time I am not speaking, just to keep the video safe from music copyright infringement, just as much as there has been an infringement in the frame by Dog City, who has potted the cue ball with the chance now bigger instead for Kelvin to win the frame and equalize and keep scores level. For a choice of free shot, Kelvin is nominating to put Dog City's yellow, which he does. Leaves the cue ball perhaps almost touching yellow, while he's going for the reds. Must avoid any contact between white and yellow. I think he's safe. You can see the red in full and gets to put it, plays the cue ball into another red, and is seemingly going for gold, going for clearance, going for victory, going for an equalizer. He's been that player that has been yearning to have many matches against these guys that have been staying in Nairobi longer than him. While he was in Zambia, he thought he belonged here, and now today he has game. There is all the expectation that Kelvin will be playing against Jerry, maybe Wednesday, maybe Tuesday next week or thereby. And just in case you may want to know, Ibra will want a piece of Kelvin as well, and there is discussion to have that match on Tuesday next week, for the reason that tomorrow and Sunday we have the Easter Cup that will be having all these players in participation, and then on Monday the team event that shall be having 8 teams playing in knockout basis until we have a winner. And in the final, it's 250,000 Kenya shillings for the winning team and cash prizes for the top 4 teams and top 8 singles. That is good money. It's something like over $2,000 for winning. You imagine if the 5 players on the winning team share it between themselves, it wouldn't be a bad Easter, not so. Just as it will not be a bad frame for him if Kelvin wins. Wanting to put the red that is topwards of the 3 to the corner pocket top right, to play the cue ball with a little top spin for white to follow red somewhat, just like that. And Dog City knows that the frame is gone away from him. By the miss he had, by the scratch he committed, now the opportunity is for the Zambian to obtain an equalizing frame. Wanting now to put the 2 reds to the corresponding corner pockets, bottom right and top right, for the cue ball to be bounced off the, he may have to play backspin. Surely he does have a very, very, very satisfactory pattern. Kelvin 4, Dog City 4, race to 21 for 2,000 US dollars. Another chance for Kelvin with scores level at 4 apiece. The match is not slow, but I think it's just a little bit slower than I anticipated, because it is about 8 frames now that have been played for a duration of about 47 minutes, 46, making it a maximum of 5, maybe and a half minutes per frame. That is a little bit slow given the known playing speeds of both of the players. What can Dog City do? there is chance here. He's a very, very elaborative player in terms of having no fear of taking risks, in terms of wanting to play almost sometimes certainly to intentionally entertain. Is a little bit more of a joy to watch, but Kelvin's pattern sometimes is a little too deadly, even for a player of Dog City's level. So far, they are crossing each other well, quite beautifully, quite perfectly. Scores leveled quite perfectly. We'll be having one relatively dead red on the table, Dog City, the one that is close to yellow, as he puts the one that is in the middle of the three on the left. He will have the red that is close to yellow in mind. Also with knowledge that he will be running into a cliff if he tries to put the three, ignoring the one that is dead. He's contemplating perhaps to play safe, just play his red a little into the yellow, create some space. And I think he may not be exactly wrong, especially going for a frame where there is a dead ball in the mix. Kelvin will want to respond. There comes the response, putting a yellow to the side. He always shot as though he was sure. Rail drives are a problem to many players. Now here comes a guy that plays a ball into another by connection and puts by rail drive, and doing so with all the intent. Now playing another yellow off Dog City's red and putting it in a very well executed pattern. He has every chance of winning the frame and winning it now. Maybe showing Dog City that don't give me a chance, even have a chance. Remember when Dog City played Kelvin's ball, this very yellow that Kelvin is playing, Dog City spaced it as though Dog City was doing it now at his own expense, to the advantage of his opponent, who needs to roll the yellow that he has sight of, again by rail drive to the corner pocket bottom right with a little top spin, just a little, simply rolling it. The cue ball will be natural for the second yellow, which he will want to put to the side pocket on the top. He goes for backspin. That is even better. Well contemplated, well played, with also a little bit of arrogance, with even more entertainment, as frame number 9 is being won by the Zambian. Kelvin 5, Dog City 4, race to 21. There has been a scratch on the brake as we play the last frame of the first quarter of this long race. on an open table now. After the fish shot, Kelvin is nominating the reds and sinks one red in. Moves the cue ball to a spot where he has choice of about 3 reds he can pot now. And with ease, deciding to play one to the side pocket bottom first because it gives him natural white for the will-be bad of the 5 remaining reds on the table. The one that is frozen against the cushion at the bottom right of the table, which is now playing. He will want to avoid it contacting yellow as he drives it into the corner pocket, which is done. And now you imagine the frame is done as well. And dear viewers, this kind of performance says that yes, Kelvin has arrived in Kenya. He always communicated a lot on social media, inboxing many of us as he wanted to come and be a part of the action, only being let down by the fact that there wasn't available opposition. But when the opposition presented itself, he boarded that Ethiopian Airlines flight 2 days ago from Zambia to Kenya via Malawi. Now he's winning frame number 10, which will be the 6th for himself. I guess he's potting red to the corner pocket top right, maybe black to the center pocket top. Also maybe tempting to try and put both red and black to the same corner pocket. Going for the center pocket is a little easier. He seems to go for the center pocket top. Cue ball played well enough, only that it's so close to the yellow. It does affect his bridge. He may have to elevate his cue stick at a more difficult angle, like you can see. Going for the center pocket, hopefully gets it in. It looks in. It is not. And how lucky Dog City can be there, simply for the cue ball being so close to Dog City's yellow. Now the Ugandan has got a chance. If you look at the yellow that is near the cushion top, the one that is close to the white, it is playable into that same corner pocket where there is the black. By simply guiding it by rail drive, it is played off the black and naturally goes in. But he decides that he will maybe be playing it at a later juncture. Maybe he may want to play it last. He knows that this is more than a chance big enough for him to win this ongoing frame, which will be an equalizer in the encounter. And dear viewers, we are at JAMLOCK Sports Bar. Right as you start the county that is called Machakos, close to Nairobi in central Kenya, just near the river Athi, alongside Mombasa Road by Nairobi's fuel station. If you make it in here, if you are in and around Nairobi or Machakos, entry to the venue is absolutely free. All you need is to buy a drink of your own choice and consume it yourself and enjoy this action, as Dog City could be winning frame number 10 here. That's a sign of a lot of confidence. He did not want to temper with the black, although he had a shot to play which could pot a ball and then temper with the black. He believed that the black was his ball to pot. He wanted to leave it at a position as easy can be for him to pot. This pattern looks quite easy. I don't even know why he's taking a lot to decide. Maybe only wanting to decide which pocket in which to put the next yellow after he sinks this one in by red drive to the corner pocket bottom right. He's going for the corner pocket now, bottom left. With the cue ball in space, all he needs is to roll the yellow into the corner pocket bottom right with top spin, the cue ball to follow the yellow all the way, as in all the way. Shot on target, cue ball follows all the way. And the rest is a formality, with Rashid needing to pot and then move the cue ball to the right end of the table. He's leaving a sharp cut, but will be okay. White becomes safe because the cut on the black is too sharp and the black is sunk and the frame is won by the Ugandan. It is Rashid WAGABA now 5, Kelvin Fikoti 5. Rest 21 after 10 frames of play. He's taking all the time he has in the world, Kelvin, because he wants to make sure, absolutely sure. You get a feeling Dog City has gotten to have a real test of action here in Kenya. He has played a number of money matches. This one is the 7th, playing 4 against Ishmael. He also played against Henry Mwangi. He played against Patrick Mwangi. He played against Saif Hamad. Is now playing against Kelvin. This is actually the 7th match he's participating in. Has also participated in 2 comps and will be playing in another tournament tomorrow. And then has had 2 team money matches. That is for the team, and will be playing another team game this coming Monday. And I believe that as I've been bringing you action together with the other media team like Channel Club and Rock and Shoot Blitz, these guys have entertained you to the maximum best, as I believe that this entertainment will be coming to a close by the close of next week. Now the Zambian entertainer is gaining his lead as he wins My apologies for the break in the stream, most especially those who are watching from YouTube, but I believe that you can now pick both audio and video. I was actually trying to resolve something with too much loud music in the background. I believe that we are now okay. In the meantime, 7 frames to 5 now. Zambia's KELVIN NKANDU, aka Fikoti. It means a hard shot, like he normally hits them balls hard. He's taking on Uganda's Rashid WAGABA, aka Dog City, a name that was given him by his first manager, simply because he was roaming around the city of Kampala like a dog, looking for players with whom he can have matches. Then called the City Dog, but now being termed in reverse, Dog City. KELVIN on 7, Dog City on 5, rest to 21. Keep me company, dear viewers. We're still here for a minimum of the next 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. My initial anticipation was to have this match played for a maximum of 3 hours, but I believe it will be a little more, simply because of the amount of respect that the players have for each other. They know perfectly that each one of them is more than capable of taking down the other. That's why sometimes they are taking a little more time than anticipated to take shots, simply to make sure that they don't commit unforced errors. And once again, the live stream of this action is on my 2 social streaming platforms, the same audio, that is Break and Finish Live Facebook, as well as Peter Chobe Live YouTube. Now streaming to way over 1,000 full fans combined on Facebook and YouTube. And a very special thank you to all of you that normally flock these streams every time I go live. It is the motivation I have to keep streaming and streaming and streaming, despite the very big challenges. You can imagine I came to stay here for 5 days, hoping that it will be a maximum of 7 to stream money matches for about a week and then go home. I am now into the 4th week, and it looks like even for a minimum of 7 more days, I will have to stay behind and serve you. Tomorrow we shall be having a tournament at Mchana Pub and Grill, the Mchana Easter Cup, sponsored by Chairman GNM, the director of Team Mchana, singles category, and a rest to 9 from the first round, the single elimination, with 150,000 Kenya shillings for the winner, and the 8th player taking 10,000 Kenya shillings. There is cash all in between, and then a team event that will be happening on Monday, with the singles climaxing on Easter Sunday. Then Easter Monday we shall be having the team event that shall be having 250,000 Kenya shillings for the winning team, with cash prizes for the top 4. That means 1 victory gets the team into the money, because there will be 8 participating teams, meaning 1 win into the semi-finals and into the money. I don't think that will be a very good shot from KELVIN. Of course, there's a sight of the red near the center pocket top to pot it, but yes, has a lot of work to do moving the cue ball into the 2 yellows, which are combined with the 2 reds to play them open, which it does. I think it's a very good recovery, this one. The likelihood is to play the cue ball with the top spin, but with a left curve on the cue ball, such that white bounces off the top cushion and then moves leftward, such that the second red he can put to the corner pocket bottom right, but it's very difficult shooting this. But of course, these are the sizes of the players that can produce a shot that good when they need it the most. He may use a different skill, maybe move the cue ball around the two yellows off two cushions. Oh no, he seems to be getting snookered. That will be very unfortunate, most especially after the beautiful skill that he used to getting the cue ball where it is. Only 1 more centimeter of movement hampered his pattern. Kelvin is now snookered. Not only snookered, could be losing this ongoing frame and could be losing it with Dog City's next visit of the table. Here comes the chance now for Dog City to come within 1 more frame of Kelvin in a match that has been very closely contested so far. In fact, it's only now that either of the players is having a 2-frame lead, and that 2-frame lead could disappear as the guy that is 2 frames down is on the verge of pulling 1 back to lessen the gap to just 1. He will perhaps want to put 2 yellows close to each other to the same center pocket top. With the backspin, white ball moves a little backwards into another yellow. That will be okay. And we'll be putting the last yellow now on the table to the corner pocket bottom right, and then back to the center pocket top to record his 6th out of 13. Rashid for the black to the center pocket for the 6th to come within 1 frame of Kelvin, and it's in. Dog City 6, Kelvin 7. Seven frames to 6. Forget the score, but not being flipped by now. And there has been a dry break by Dog City. Another opportunity for Kelvin to restore his 2-frame gap. From the YouTube stream, Brian Paul Zatunga is asking when Jerry is playing. So far, no confirmation. This I have to tell you. Not so many people will stand up on their feet and say they want races against Jerry. But believe you me, should Kelvin win this match, I'm telling you this because he's my friend, he will not be removing his stake. He will be putting it on Jerry. That one I am almost certain. And yes, Jerry is having a date as a rematch of his against Eshka that is scheduled to be happening this coming Wednesday. Besides that, of course, expect to see Kelvin in tomorrow's competition, which is the 64-man Mchana Easter Cup. That is what I can confirm as activity involving Jerry so far. Monya Kentelele Thank you for watching. And Jackson Mogera is asking the time Caesar will be playing his match. I believe Caesar may have gotten done with his match, but I don't know about the results in the second round. I last saw when it was 6-all, and then I started streaming this one, so I don't know what happened with the match, but I believe that by now it is done. Wesley Raymond Aheba, thank you for watching, supporting Kelvin. Vikram Makumola, maybe advising on the network. Thank you as well for watching. And Humphrey Aheba advising us and reminding us to like the stream, which is a necessity, guys. With Kelvin on the verge of perhaps winning an 8th now, with 3 yellows on the table. Not an easy pattern, that I have to tell you, because of the black frozen against Dog City's red, also close to a yellow, which is portable clearly only to about 2 of the 6 pockets on the table. There is also the yellow that is in between the 3, which will create some kind of problem. But if there are players that are able to manipulate a clearance even with this kind of difficulty, these 2 are 2 of them. Kelvin going for a bank to the center pocket bottom, and it's in. You get a feeling he may want to play the yellow that is close to red first, because first of all, the cue ball is naturally played into the red, creating an opening for the black. But as well, if he leaves the yellow, if he leaves white at the same spot where black or red is, then the frame is gone, because it's just perfect, even for the would-be remaining yellow on the table. He has to be precise, has to use not too much power, because of course the cue ball is played into the black and you don't know where it goes when you play Fikoti shot. I'm saying a hard shot. He's going for the center pocket to bounce the cue ball off the left cushion, then move back all the way rightwards, perhaps off the cushions. He seems to be snookered to the right. Maybe it is becoming one of the better shots played in the match so far. He has perhaps full sight of the yellow, at least to put it to the corner pockets at the top right. He will want to play the cue ball somehow into the black or red close to the black. Perhaps the black was always passing. It can't pass to the corner pocket bottom right. This is becoming perhaps the most well-finished frame by Kelvin in the match. And now it's by 8 frames to 6. Thank you for watching, Elliot Sakala. You're watching from Lusaka, and appreciating the clarity of the stream from the Facebook page. That is Break and Finish Live, God's Power. Chimereze, you are loving this. I believe that maybe 80, maybe 90% of people watching from Facebook must be supporting Kelvin, because Zambians really love their Facebook. In fact, Break and Finish Live has a lot more Zambian people than Ugandans following, while majority of the streams that I have for you do come from Uganda. But I really thank you for the subscription, for the support, for always watching, always following, always liking, always supporting. My good friend Evans Okacha thanking me for the service, and a fellow commentator partner in crime is today watching from Facebook. Thank you very much. Aaron Teddy Lwenje says Fikoti all the way. But in this ongoing frame, it could be Dog City all the way. How good will the pot be? How good will the cue ball be? Of course, white will be played into a yellow. To the benefit, in my opinion, of the Ugandan that needs to pot red now to the corner pocket bottom right. You will avoid the cue ball moving away from the right side of the table by drifting it off to cushions that is left and top to control its movement. In, left, top, into yellow, and clear. Winning frame number 15 by the Ugandan, who pulls one frame back yet again. Dog City 7 and Kelvin 8 race to 21. Many wonderful thanks to the management teams of both of these players for Kelvin today. Not just today, he's under contract with Q Masters, and I believe his boss Peter and Timber is watching. I believe from the YouTube stream he does love his YouTube that much, I know. Also special thanks to Dog City for today. His participation in this match is sponsored by JAMLOCK, and the way I know the JAMLOCK boss, Mr. Simba Odede, should Dog City win, I doubt he will withdraw the money. He will just call for whoever it may concern, either Ishmael or Jerry. That I believe. I also don't expect a match between Kelvin and Jerry. Sorry, I don't expect a match between Kelvin and Ishmael, simply because the two are quite friends. In real life, they may not want to race against each other. And for the Facebookers, because of the music being so loud, I think I will have to delete the video after the live stream is done. There has been a miss by Dog City, a chance by Kelvin. A tempting shot if you look at the yellow closest to the bottom center pocket. If he puts it diagonally to the corner pocket top right, they keep him. That's why he's playing inside a different shot, potting yellow to the corner pocket top left, drawing the cue ball into another yellow. There we go. It will be a little unfortunate that the cue ball is at the right end of the table, while the easier portable balls are on the left. Whatever he's contemplating, If he's to go for the frame now, it is not easy whatsoever. He's nowadays the undisputed Zambia #1. He has proven himself. Personally, if you ask me for the best 5 players on the African continent today, I will not think twice before including Kelvin. He's been that consistent. What is really missing is victory in a big open competition. He has been into finals, he has been into semi-finals, quarter-finals, but he hasn't won his own really, which is big and which is open. Maybe the one African Cup that he won was the ATA Africa Super 16 Cup that was played in 2024 at Mchana Pub and Grill when he defeated Caesar in the final. That one, however, was not open. He also came close to winning the PPT, the Patriarch Sport Tournament, in celebration of the birth of Prophet Makandiwa on the 23rd of December last year. He was defeated in the final. He took a very respectable $4,000, but in a losing effort. He reached the semi-finals at the Billiards Cafe Classic in Lusaka last year, taking home 3rd position after losing out in the semi-finals to eventual first runner-up Jerry, then winning the 3rd place match against fellow Zambian Stephen Banda, Dr. Rango. Now, Dog City want to put black to the side pocket top, I believe, by slashing it off very sharply off the cushion into the side pocket, not really, and leaves the black in space and leaves the big opportunity for Kelvin to win another and regain a 2-frame lead in the match. Thank you very much for reminding me, Jonathan, that Kelvin won the Hot Shots comp in South Africa. Well, it had players from Zambia, and that was just Kelvin and himself, and then South Africans. That one will not go down as an international competition, but yes, a respectable tournament it was, as he won after defeating Jerry by 9 frames to 7 in the final. Now he's set to regain a 2-frame lead. He will want to put yellow to the center pocket top, then move the cue ball rightwards, bounce off the cushion, move all the way leftwards, off the right cushion, all the way leftwards, and the rest is a formality. Good pattern play, good potting power, good game reading with fancy clinicism. He's utilizing the same exact skill but in the opposite direction this time. Backspin off the cushion and back in the different direction. He's starting to go a little too confident. That is a little too dangerous for Dog City, as Kelvin now leads by 9 frames to 7. Nine frames to 7, dear viewers, with frame number 17 underway. Kelvin on 9, Dog City on 7, rest to 21 for $2,000 US.
Hey, 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 a good late evening. I think it is already 7, 8, sorry. My goodness. If you're in Kenya and you want to watch this match, just pass by. Just pass by Jamrock, just beside Ruby's. So you can find this international match. I've just joined in and I see Kelvin is leading with 9-8. And when you look through the comments, it looks like it's balancing. It's a tight match. These guys started from head to head. And then Kevin led from 5. He hasn't let his guard down from leading while Dog City is catching up. Though Dog City led the first matches, but now it's Kevin in the lead. You're all most welcome. to Chove Peter Live, Break and Finish Facebook, and Peter Chove YouTube. I go by the name of Mochuizi, and you're most welcome, guys. This is a tight match. Both players are good. You can never underestimate both of them. So we are having the biggest of the biggest so far. And they are trying to execute their shots very well, playing very well in the game so that they can win. They both win against each other. I wish both of them luck. Yeah. So let them play. As Kelvin fails to close the table with the Reds, Dog City opts for the Reds. The Reds are good, he just needs to kill one of his Reds, pushing it to the trail. But I think the Red can pass where the Black is. Dog City still in play. Oh no. He has snookered 3 of his balls, and the next ball that is attached to the white, it is not attached. So Dog City can really roll that ball and use it like an off ball to pot it against the black. But just that it's crucial where the cue ball is and the red is. They are too close to each other. So he needs a very big shot to win this frame. Oh, he goes simple and then he goes slow. He just taps the ball, leaving the cue ball in space for Kelvin. Kelvin uses his chance as well to snooker Dog City. Dog City comes from the trail and he doesn't find his reds. Oh, sorry, I'm. That was a miss, a slip of a tongue. He found his red. This is a tight match. I think one of these two players needs one big shot to win this frame. Because when you look at the yellows, they're in space. Only the yellow that is behind the black. When you look at the reds, they're in space. Just Dog City needs to have the cue ball in space. Only the red that is next to the two yellows at the right and the left corner pockets. Dog City tries to open up the reds that were attached together, leaving cue ball in space. This frame can go either way. I don't know which kind of shot Kelvin wanted to play there, but it looks like he has given away the frame to Dog City now. I don't know, is it pressure that is mounting or it's him? Dog City, I think, is going for a bank shot or a sharp cut slice shot. It goes for a sharp cut slice shot. Wow, beautiful shot from Dog City. They wanted it to connect it to the other ball that was attached on the trail. It came out perfectly. It did not pot, but it blocked Kelvin's yellow. Hey, our live viewers. I hope you're all doing good. I'm doing good. It's nice to meet you all again. Those on Facebook and those on YouTube, I'm doing good. I hope you're all doing great as well. Kelvin really needs a big shot here. It's either to block the black. Oh no, he just sank that ball in. The ball that was going to give him the match, it has just sunk in. So his game is open. He either goes for a finish or Dog City well. He really, really needs to be very keen to this game because it looks like Dog City has like 98% chances of winning this frame. We're in a moment of silence where Kelvin is still contemplating how he's going to finish up all these yellows. When you look at Dog City's reds, they're all in space. If Kelvin makes a mistake, Dog City will eventually win this frame. So Kelvin really, really needs a big shot here. He put center, kissing the red. Cue ball kissed the red. I think he wanted the red to touch the rail, but it just came in space. He's still contemplating how to finish this game. Kelvin needs a big shot here. I think he wants to play a combination shot or a sharp cut slice. I don't know. I'm just waiting to see. He goes for a sharp cut slice. Oh no, it doesn't come out perfectly, but at least he gets something good out of it. He has blocked Dog City's red. And the shot was with a miscue. I think you all had it tap. He made a miscue. So Dog City in play. This frame is tight. It looked to be a very simple frame, but it's now becoming more tighter and tighter. Between these two players, one of them needs a big shot in this frame. Kelvin with a big shot. Wow, beautiful shot from Fekoti. I actually suspected it, but I wasn't sure since there were 3 yellows that were attached to the red. So he made a very big shot, sinking in his yellow, opening up the pocket that was blocked. So he just needs to make a clearance now. That was a big shot. Like I was saying before, in this frame, one of the two players needed a big shot to need the frame, and I think Fikoti got the big shot, and he has to use it so well to finish up this frame. It looks like this game is going to go Fikoti's way. He's only left with one yellow to the black. If he really rolls that ball into the pocket and he sinks it in, it will be a gone and dusted game because black is already in the pocket. He just needs to just find it. There he goes, he finds it, and he's on the black. Fikoti is to lead 10 frames against Dog City 8. And it is 10-8 now. This frame, at one time I thought it would go to Dog City, but now it looks like it has gone to Kelvin after giving us a very big shot, playing out a very big shot there of opening up the red that was attached, that was in the pocket next to his, that had blocked his yellows, but he sank it in with a big shot, and there he goes. He's leading 10-8. How are you doing, guys? How is Chola Lobola, Francis Leah, John Than, Aibukui Augustine, Godfrey Kabiz, guys, Alex Semeki, Davis Ahumuza, Asan Amadawana, John T. Yahweh, Chiza Yusuf, Musa Baganas, Great Joy, My Popo. All these guys are on Facebook. I'm just sending shout outs to you. Shout outs to you. Thomas does not matter. Kimian Solite, Abashi Tina, Bliss Jr., Nicholas Chakuluta, Shred Emma, Telemo Cliff, Nicholas Mwana Kazela. Guys, your names are so hard. Skater Boka and Tinashe. I hope you guys are doing good. Shout outs to you. Thank you for watching. Kisi Pablo, Terry Katasa, Joseph Chihuru, Atai Mangwegwe, Tanei Dube. Peter has gone for a break, so I'm just filling in. If you're not comfortable with my voice, you can just mute. Commentary is not by force. Sorry if I'm being rude, but Peter is not here, so Selele. Yes, 8 shots are replayed. Wow. I don't think there is another race today, Marvin. I think this is the only race we are having tonight. Laupua na Water, you're supporting Dog City. Ben Sowe, you're supporting Dog City. Walusana Jackson, also you're supporting Dog City. My brother Harvest, how are you doing? You're missed here. Wow, that was a big shot from Dog City. The cue ball might be ish, like it's not clear. It might no, but it's not a touch on the yellow. It's an open space. So Dog City. Oh, he has snookered himself. I didn't see that coming. He goes off the rail to find his red. Oh no, he fouls. Dog City needs to pull it up tight. He doesn't need to give Kelvin too much space for Kelvin to lead too much. We are having a tournament that is going to happen starting tomorrow at Muchana. It's mainly for the gents, but the ladies have been started +3. I'm not playing. What will I get? I want to make shout outs to all the guys on the YouTube. Where should I start from? Vince Boy, Don Prince, Dahaf, Moya, Jackson Mogera, Chrisom Nelson, Chantity Andrew, Christopher, Tom Semoju, Charles Soyo, Nash Shifa, Katalega Peterson, Daniel Drops, Lucky Lois, Moya, I think Moya Saidu, Kondoani, Joseph Dramani, Seguya Vincent, Saku David. Guys, thank you for all watching, and there is being on live when Chobe Peter broadcasts his lives to watch this game. Stefan Natanga, Cracked Kiddo, Harvest My Brother, Philip, Aaron Mwanje, Official Favor, Nad Spats, Mona Sheikh, Kelvin, Gift Sequila, Sivuyile. That was a big name. Sorry, I couldn't pronounce your name very well. Please forgive me. Eli, Trends by J, Vincent Nyakudu, Nsibuka, Reliance Ndo, Adin Andrew, Ben Chafili, Mwesigwa Martin, Kenya, Hali, Hali's TV. Thank you for watching. Ntakundwa Zahute. Guys, your names, it's really hard sometimes, but thank you all of you. Chisega Kafula, Aziz Kemba, Duncan Kirui, Joseph Doromani, Swale Pul Uganda, Foods Fun. I'm not sure about Caesar's result, but we shall find out later. That was a big blunder from Kelvin. He had a chance of finishing the frame, but he made a very big blunder, and the frame was taken away by Dog City. Oh no, Dog City breaks and makes a scratch. Legend of Bango, Andrew wins. You're saying since the match started, Dog City has been fighting. I don't think they started on the same pace, but then Kelvin led from 5-5. Then Kelvin started to run away from Dog City, but Dog City is catching up. It is still a race to 21, and it's still a big race, so you never know. Dog City might catch up. Lan Mo Maguri, thank you for that. It says actually, Chile, you're supporting Fikoti. Lennon, you're supporting Dog City. Osman, you're supporting Dog City. And Ndia Nyunyao. Oh my God, you're from Zimbabwe. I hope you're doing good. How is Zimbabwe? I haven't seen HK, I haven't seen Maluva here. What's happening to the Zimbabweans? Why are they not here? Harvest, yes, I'll be at Mochana tomorrow. Hope to see you too, my brother. As Kelvin is trying to make a clearance out of Dog City's scratch break. Cue ball manipulation. These guys have a lot of cue ball manipulation. If I learn that, I'll be definitely defeating all the ladies. As Kelvin is on the verge of winning from 20 to make it 11-9. Formality in Chove Peter's voice. Hi, KZ. And he's now 11, 2 frames ahead of Dog City. You got back to Facebook. Back to Facebook. I'm seeing most of these people, of the fans that I'm seeing are supporting Kelvin on Facebook mainly. Farani Zhao and Musa Diolf. Jafta, you see my face, don't worry. Bold Makoka, Pocket Mbewe, Collins Musafa, Ernest, Goodson Mwale, Shrid Emma, Webi Bukoko Jr., Bismarck Moyo, Ntata Bisamane, Mastermind Babon. You're supporting Dog City all the way from Zimbabwe. Lastaken, you're supporting Dog City. Chola Lubula, you're supporting Kelvin. Omazata, you're supporting Dog City. These guys are seriously having bad breaks. Mandipaya, all I am from Botswana. Thank you for watching. Tiglath, you're supporting me. Thank you for supporting me. Paxton Daka, Everson Monemo, Real Kata, Webi Bokoko, Kelly's. Delik Walia, you're supporting Kelvin. Jafta, you're supporting Kelvin. I am from South Africa. Facebook is full of Kelvin. Kisi Pablo, you're supporting Kelvin from Zambia. All the Zambians, Moli Bueno. Maludo Charles. Caesar's results, I heard that he lost 6-8. Zach Shepard in the last 32. With his yellows, finish up the frame and make it 10-11. Johnny, you're supporting Dog City Live from Dubai. Thank you so much. Dog City with a beautiful opening shot. He has opened up his yellow that was attached to the red. He now has to make a sharp cut slice to the center so that he can find his last yellow to the black. And with his ability, he can do that. Oh no, oh no. Cue ball was perfect. He just didn't pot the ball. It's just bad luck. Now, Manya, thank you as well. Kelvin with a big stand shot, opening up his red that was attached on the rail. It wasn't portable, but now it is in space. He can sink it in. Kelvin has been given a chance. If he misuses his chance like he misused the other chance in the last frame, this frame will definitely go all the way to Dog City. Morgan Mole is supporting Kelvin. Delfrey KG. I don't know, you're supporting James, you're supporting Kelvin. Bernard, you're supporting Kelvin. YouTube is only for Kelvin, my friends. Only Dog fans, Dog Cities fans. I think we are on YouTube. Let me go to YouTube and check. My chapat sauce. What a better. You know who I'm supporting. Why would you ask me such a question? Kelvin Cheroro, you're a big fan of Dog City. Thank you so much. As Dog City is trying to punish as Kelvin is trying to punish Dog City for that big blunder he admit, and he is on the verge of winning the 21st game, because it's already 11-9, which is equivalent to 20 frames. And now 21 frames played, and Kelvin is leading with a margin of 3 goals ahead of Dog City. Dog City really had a chance, but he misused that chance. Dog City to break. I like the fact this is a neutral ground where players have to come and play each other. Nobody plays on this table. This is a neutral ground. So it's always very good when a player plays on a neutral ground. I was still giving out shout outs to people on YouTube that are supporting Dog City. But it looks like guys have just come to prove me wrong. They are filling up YouTube supporting Kelvin. Dog City breaks. Ports. I think this is going to be a break and finish from the dog in the city. You know, there are those times in pool where I would want to go silent and watch the player take a very good finish and finish up the frame. Now look at this frame. Dog City just needs to just finish up this frame. At least we'll be closing a gap of 3-2. Still has a chance, though the other red ball didn't. He needs to roll that ball off the rail. There he goes, he takes the shot, he sinks it in. Like I said, we might witness. Oh no. Okay, he still has a chance if he has not snookered himself. Because basically he has snookered the red that I thought he was going to use it for connecting to the other. But he couldn't get the perfect cue ball for it, so he needs to pause and get perfect cue ball. Good cue ball control from Dog City. That was a beautiful break and finish. It's almost done. Dog City can't miss that block. That was a beautiful break and finish from Dog City. He pulls one back. It is now 10-12. Yeah. Kelvin to break. Kelvin breaks with a strong break. He puts. He almost sunk the black in for him to repeat his break. But unfortunately, the black didn't go in, so he's still in play. The yellows look good, despite the fact that there is a yellow that is behind the reds on the left corner side of the table. But the reds look much more better in space than the yellows. But either way, it is still an open frame. It is a rest to 21, and we are still here, guys. We are still here to watch. We are still here to watch these two gentlemen rumble each other out. Even though Kelvin is in late, but let's not lose hope. Ugandans, let us not lose hope. We can still catch up. Kelvin closes the table with the yellows. He decides to go for the yellows. Yes, the yellows were looking to be more easier. Now they look to be more easier since Kelvin has kissed one of Dog City's reds next to the rail that is just a few meters away from the black. Kelvin is attacking for a break and finish. I think he wants to reply, Dog City, this is not going on your side. You break and finish, I come and break and finish as well. He needs a very big shot of a bank shot to win this frame as a break and finish. He has brought cue ball perfect for the yellow to be banked in the center. It's now his ability. He takes the shot. Oh no, oh no. He doesn't sink it in. Dog City is back in play. I think the bank shot, if he sinks that back shot in, he will have at least 80% chances of winning the frame. Oh no, he snookers. He goes for a snooker. Kelvin needs to find his two yellows. He either sinks one in or finds one, because if he gives two shots, Dog City will definitely win this frame out. That was a big shot from you, Dog City. This frame is very tricky for Kelvin now. He goes off the trail. Oh no. He almost had his yellow in, but he failed. Though he has not fouled, given two shots. So Dog City has to use this one chance to finish up this frame. And Dog City has the ability to make it 11-12. He's closing up the gap slowly by slowly. That's like they say, one by one makes a bundle. So Dog City is trying to at least make it one by one makes a bundle. That was a good drawback shot from Dog City. These guys know how to manipulate the cue ball. They basically know which shot to play, where to place the cue ball. Pool looks to be very easy when these guys are playing, but my friend, when they give you a cue and they tell you bring cue ball these ends, that is when you'll feel it hot. The rest is a formality to Dog City now. And there he goes. Dog City wins frame number 11. Frame number 22 goes all the way to Dog City. It is now 11-12. Wow, that was beautiful from Dog City. At least he managed to pull up two straight. He has now closed the gap. It was 12-9, but now it's 11-12. Bazanye, let them play. Ah, hi, my dear AC. How are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing, girlfriend? I hope you're good. It's been long. Dog City to break. Dog City with a powerful break. Oh no. It is dry. I don't know why black, the black ball likes that pocket. In the other break, so for two breaks, like three breaks, I'm watching the black going straight to that pocket. I don't understand. Is it the guys that are breaking it for it to come that side, or it's just the movement of the frame? Because usually when you're playing pool and someone breaks, it is very hard for that person to have the same visibility, like the same frame structure, but it looks like it is just giving it otherwise. Kelvin closes the table with the yellows. He opted for them. And this is still a very tight frame because there is that yellow that is attached between two reds, and there is another red that is just right a few meters, just like 2 centimeters from the yellow. So Kelvin will need a very big opening shot for that yellow to open it up and leave it in space for him to sink it in. Because black is already in the pocket. Like, if you finish out all your colored balls, the black would be so easy for anybody to sink it in. Kelvin is looking for a big shot here, but the shot did not come out the way he wanted it. And it looks like he has knocked himself. With his face expression, it looks like the game is going hard on his side now. And like I said, that frame was really not going to be good. He has just prematurely sunk in the black. And now it's 12-12. Both players are looking for 9 frames now. Kelvin to break. Kelvin with a strong break. He sinks one red in. The table is open. This time around, black is not in the pocket. So he has a chance to make a break and finish. The yellows look good, the reds look good. It has to be him to use this chance. Because the way he has lost the past 3 frames, I think he doesn't believe it himself. He closes the table with the reds. Kelvin is still in play. I think he wants to return his lead back after Dog City catching up with him after leading 3 frames, but now it is 12-12. So I think he really needs this frame to at least lead again. If he fails, when you look at the way the yellows have been laid out on the table, Dog City will just come and eat them. It's a race to 21, and both players are now looking for 9 frames to win against each other. Canadian boy, I don't know where you come from, but yeah, you're too stubborn for life. Kelvin makes a blunder, giving Dog City a chance. Dog City needs to utilize this chance. His yellows are in space. He just needs to make sure. There he goes. Roderick, thank you so much. Comic addicts, I don't mind what people say. Nobody can ever put me down. I don't listen to people, I listen to myself. Back to the game. Dog City is left with only 3 yellows to the black. He needs a big shot here to win this frame, at least to lead again in this match. Dog City plays safety. That's the only option he had. Either he had to sink that yellow in to go for a finish, or he had to play defense. So that Kelvin's turn to come back on the table. He cannot sink in any ball left on the table. Kelvin with a sharp cut slice shot. He doesn't sink it in. Dog City is back on the table. Blaze, Blaze. I'm here now. Dog City. Dog City needs a very good combination shot here to win this frame. Oh no. Oh no, no. Oops. He even concedes the frame. I think Dog City needs a timeout. You know, when you lose such a frame and you have not allowed the opponent, I think he needs a timeout to first relax and chill his mind. Professor Bonaparte, I'll be waiting. I hope I'll still be alive. 2030. Basili Genda Jonas, I hope you're doing fine. Ringo Pool Arena. And Dog City to break. So far, Dog City has had the worst breaks. Ever since I sat on this microphone, I haven't seen Dog City break so well. He breaks and he breaks dry. He breaks and scratches on the break. Now look at this frame. The reds might look good, but they have a red that is behind the yellow that is next to the black in the right corner pocket, I think bottom. That's the only bad red I see on this table. If Kelvin can find cue ball for it, the only way he has to slice this ball in the center, but then it is tricky. Cue ball might tap the black and sink it in, so Kelvin has to be very careful. Kelvin opts for the yellows. This game, he opted for the yellow, but still the cue ball came and kissed the red, and the red blocked the yellow, one of his yellows. So he still needs a big shot. I think he's going to block the black, or he's going to sink it in. I don't know. Anyway, these guys don't play like us ladies. I always forget that. Oh no, oh no. Kelvin makes a blunder. Look at the reds. Look at the reds. I think the other cue that Dog City was using was messing him up. He has opted to get for another cue to finish up this frame. as we watch Dog City make a clearance here to make it 13-13. Ex Roger Kagwa Rajab, Moses Maluza, STMM. I don't know if you mean Sejemba Team Management. I don't know, but I'm just saying. Anyway, Dog City is just being so good clearing this frame with all his dry breaks. Is now being so good. And there he goes. The rest is a formality. It is now 13-13. Yeah, as Chowe is back on the mic from his short break. Yeah, I say kudos.
A very good evening, dear viewers. Once again, we have now a race to 8 on our hands because the race to 21 now has scores tied at 13 frames apiece. And special thanks to Michelle. She calls herself Muchuzi. Muchuzi means spices, the ones that are used for cooking. So I don't know why she calls herself spices, but that's what she has as a nickname. But not just a good commentator, she's a good player as well. She's here, besides doing commentary, she's here to have a tour of many matches against whoever it may concern among Kenya's finest players. So far, she's played one match against the female player that is called Nyambi, racing to 8, which ended 8 frames to 5. Michelle won the 10,000 Kenya shillings. And he'll hopefully play maybe 2, maybe 3 other matches before she will be going home, maybe earliest mid next week. Back to the main action of the day, a money match between KELVIN NKANDU, donning the creamy t-shirt all the way from Zambia. Nowadays, no shade of a doubt, Zambia's finest player, nicknamed Fikoti, taking on one of the very finest that Uganda has to offer, Rashid WAGABA, nicknamed Dog City, racing to 21 for $2,000 in a match. That has live streaming both on Break and Finish Live Facebook as well as Peter Chebe Live YouTube. Looks like Kelvin could be regaining the lead. The last time that Kelvin was trailing was when it was just 3 frames played, when Dog City led by 2 frames to 1. Since then, Kelvin has either been drawing or has been leading. Dog City has not led whatsoever ever since the 3rd frame. And the best that Dog City has been doing is fighting back, getting himself close to Kelvin, sometimes equalizing but not leading. The match can now always go either way, with each of the 2 amazing shooters needing to win 8 to make it to 21, to make it $2,000. Now Kelvin has to go to both yellow and back to the same corner pocket with white going around the black. Just like that, the Zambian is back in control, at least narrow control. May not be cruise control, but at least he's leading again. Kelvin 14 and Dog City 13. It is the only match that we are having today. As I try to figure out what is wrong with the issue, especially on the Facebook audio. If it gets better, please advise me. Frames to 13. This, if Kelvin clears, will be making it to 15, and it is starting to get closer and closer to the real business end of the match. You want to be the player that is picking their best form when it is time for the victory. When you start to smell the $2,000, most especially Kelvin, I think, who will want his tour of Kenya to start on a high. You get the feeling he'll be having a lot more business. He does have a date with Ibra Sejemba this coming Tuesday, and as part of Ibra's game plan, he just came, sat silently amongst the crowd of about 20 people and is watching this match, I believe, not just to support Dog City, but to spy on Kelvin, see his strengths and weaknesses, and then for Ibra to see what he will be having as solutions when he faces Dog City for the same stake, same pot, this coming Tuesday. Thereafter, Kelvin is surely to have a match with Jerry before Jerry leaves. Maybe before or after Jerry plays against Eshka. That will be on Wednesday next week. There is space between Joe of the corner pocket bottom right and the yellow. Jerry Kelvin plays red off cushion and off yellow, creating an opening for all three reds left on the table to be ported to the left side at the respective corner pockets. It's now playing red with the top spin, the cue ball to follow, the red almost into the pocket, well guided off the cushion, leaves a very important cut between whites and red, such that when he puts red by way right to the corner pocket bottom left, cue ball will bounce off the cushion and then move rightwards. What he needs is to put both reds to the same corner pocket bottom left and then perhaps win the frame, because black is there for the taking in perfect space. This is the only big shot and it's in. Now to put red to the same corner pocket and then black to the center pocket for the Zambian to register a 2-frame lead again in the match. Kelvin versus the black to the side pocket top for the 15th for the regainings of a 2-frame lead, getting closer to $2,000, and yes, he does win the frame. Kelvin 15, Dog City 13. Here comes Dog City. There's this one thing that he has been doing perfectly right so far in this match. Even when for a few times Kelvin has been playing quicker, faster, more accurate, Dog City has not been letting Kelvin's lead grow. And apologies for those that are watching from the YouTube stream. There was about a 1 or 2 minute break in transmission. Now we are back, as much as Dog City is back, wanting to put the last 2 reds on the table to respective pockets. One bottom left, another side pocket left, and then black center pocket, and then perhaps win another frame. Come within one of Kelvin as we start to get closer to the end of the match. Both red and black to the same center pocket, and the rest is a formality. Dog City 14 and Kelvin 15. We are now having the 30th frame of the day out of a total of say 41. There is yellow close to red near the bottom of the screen, and Kelvin plays to have space for the red, plays the cue ball a little bit. Unfortunately, he may have been even lucky for the fact that he didn't scratch. He, however, has hard work to do. Otherwise, there is now a chance. This could be Dog City equalizing for what could be something like the 10th time in the match. What a close game this has been. And whoever will be winning, they will have failed the opponent. And once again, tomorrow we shall be having the Mchana Easter Cup, a 2-day competition that will be played by 64 players, including these two, but also others who are resident in Kenya, who are non-Kenyan, that is players from Tanzania, other Ugandans, South Africans, actually one South African, one Zambian, one Malawian, and then 2/3 of participants could be Kenyan. It's a 2-day competition, 64 players, race to 9 from first round, single elimination tomorrow at Mchana Pub and Grill, all sponsored by Chairman GNM. Tournament that will be starting tomorrow Saturday, going all the way through to Sunday, and then Monday a team event. Shall be having 8 teams that shall be playing straight knockout quarterfinals, semis, and finals. For the singles, the winner shall be walking home with 150,000 Kenya shillings, cash prizes all the way to the top 8, and the 8th player takes home 10,000 Kenya shillings. As for the team event, the winning team shall walk home with 250,000 Kenya shillings with cash prizes for the top 4, and the 4th team, I think, gets 50,000 Kenya shillings. Thereafter, on Tuesday, there is expectation of Kelvin versus Ibra. Wednesday, Eshka versus Jerry. And I know that most especially should Kelvin defeat Ibra, anyway, he will not be withdrawing the money. It will be staked against Jerry the following day. My expectation is after that match, it could be the end of the tour. Other players, by the way, most especially Kasozi, he may want to have a little bit more action. He has played 2 matches both against Ishmael and has lost them both. He's talking about going again against Ishmael and then playing 1 more match, maybe 2 matches for himself. That's why the start of the week is going to be even more fire. For today, once again, this is the only action of the day, but you never know. Tomorrow we are having a 64-man competition live streaming from morning all day up to the round of last 16, and then on Sunday from the last 16 until we have the winner of the Grand China Easter Cup 2026. But first, we have the little business between Dog City and Kelvin, with Dog City needing to win the ongoing frame for it to become his equalizing frame, playing yellow into yellow by connection, but he misses and leaves space between the yellow he failed to connect into and the jaw of the corner pocket bottom right. Actually, Kelvin can pass the red, especially utilizing the jaw. If he plays the cue ball into the jaw, it either goes in off the yellow or occupy the corner pocket where there is Dog City's yellow, and the other reds are there for the taking. Also tempting it could be for him, because maybe play the black away. He opts to play not to pot. It's looking a little bit tricky for him, most especially if Dog City can get in just that 1 yellow. Maybe the yellow closer to the cue ball, close to black as well. It can pass into the center pocket top. If it passes, maybe he can count himself a winner. He could go as well for the corner pocket top left, which is what he's trying to do. The yellow avoids the reds, but it's not in. He seems to point his hands as though he's not sure about the movement of the ball on the table, as though the yellow drifted. For Kelvin, that won't matter. He really wants to utilize this as an opportunity to take the frame down. If he does, he will need to win 5 to become $2,000 richer tonight. Dennis Otieno, thank you for informing us on YouTube stream that my friend Brian Kiptalam Lotto is coming to Mchana, participating in the Mchana Easter Cup tomorrow. That will be very good. He's one of the finest Kenyan players. It's just that he's not resident in Nairobi, where most of the action does happen, so we get to see him very few times. It's also just my thinking that it's why he missed out on the Ultimate Pool Championships last year. And Kelvin is on the verge of punishing Dog City for just that one ball missed. A ball that was missed, which if potted would be winning the frame for Dog City, and now missed, winning the same frame for Kelvin. That is evidence of the very little difference between victory and defeat when it's two players playing against each other. Cue ball will not be natural for the black here. What will Kelvin do? Plays it around the black, but plays it into the black, not to his intention. Of course, he will not be happy with that. His intention was cue ball to avoid the black whatsoever. Then try to put black to the same corner pocket he potted the previous red. Most likely shot is maybe try and squeeze it into the center pocket bottom, maybe bank it to the center pocket top, or play it into. It's a frame that has seen lots of mistakes from both players. Maybe it is now the Ugandan that will utilize this opening to have him an equalizer in this big money match. We'll of course be starting with the yellow to the side pocket bottom, then play the cue ball maybe off 2 cushions, that is bottom and right, bottom, right, perfect. Maybe he has played it with a little too much power, but will be wanting to put both yellow and black to the same corner pocket, top left. That means he has to play maybe backspin. The drawback is natural, it just moves bottomwards. It also avoids black, just like that. The rest is a formality. After going 2 frames down, he pulls 2 back and regains the equalizing frame. Rest to 21 pretty much now. Rest to 6 between Dog City and Kelvin. 15-15 for $2,000. Kelvin breaks frame number 31 and gets to put 1 yellow towards a red, sorry, on an open table in which I believe he will want to play the yellows. Most likely table closing shot being the connection, play yellow into yellow. The yellow that is close to the black to be played into the yellow pocket at the corner pocket for Kelvin to close the yellow and go for the frame. Try and win. Also win the frame by break and finish. Just to be on target with a little top spin, just a little. Now the table is closed by the Zambian. He puts both yellows. I don't think that was his intention. Leaving now just one tricky ball only after one short break. After the break, that is the yellow that is in between black and Dog City's red. He may want to play the cue ball into that yellow, play it open in some kind of way. Cue ball misses the yellow. I believe his intention was to play the cue ball into the yellow, but still can pot it because now he has sight of the ball, can pass in between the reds to the corner pocket, bottom right. It is possible. Maybe by now playing other yellows at the left end of the table. Thinking of the yellow in between red and black to be played last. Of course, because the cue ball wasn't natural now, but also being played last has the advantage of playing the last ball to the black, being the closest ball to the black, creating him an easier chance of manipulating white for black. But it's a pattern he has to perfect, or else risk seeing Dog City taking the lead for the very first time ever since the third frame. Now the yellow he's looking at, Kelvin, has to be played with the intention of not just spotting it, but also moving the cue ball rightwards off to the bottom cushion, just one area in between the black and the red, simply to have sight of that yellow in full. Looks like a snooker this. Yes, it is. At the end of the day, maybe it was not very good pattern play to choose to play the most difficult ball last, because now you don't have any insurance. You limit yourself, you limit your options. You play it when you can, such that when you put there are other balls to try and use to go for it. Because now he has to find the yellow and has to play in between yellow and it is a foul. He played red first. Maybe the Ugandan is taking the lead and he could do so very, very soon. Clearly, Kelvin is in trouble here in this race to 6 now, which I anticipate in about 50 minutes. 50, yes, maximum 50, we shall be having a winner. When he plays red, he's looking at, you get a feeling he will want to draw the cue ball backwards, maybe into the black, just like that. Yes, that's where he has perfect white for the red that is close to the remaining yellow of Kelvin on the table. If Dog City wins this match, which is starting to be some kind of likelihood, it will be some kind of announcement on himself onto the very peak of the bunch among the elite players on the entire continent. You cannot defeat both Ishmael and Kelvin and not be a top player. We'll now be having three reds, now 2, and plays with a lot of vigor. Another player could have played the red that is about to play last, because why not? There is another ball at the top which will manipulate white for it. But Dog City is not another player. Dog City is Dog City. He's winning the frame. Potting red with a little backspin. He's very arrogant sometimes. Like I say, another player will simply have rolled. The keeper bounces off the cushion. It will still be natural. But Dog City knows he's not short of skill and wins the frame. The Ugandan, ever since the first 3 frames, has gotten to take the lead for the first time in the match. Last time that Black City was leading was after 3 frames when it was 2-1. Since then, Kelvin has either been leading or drawing, but now Dog City leads by 16 frames to 15. Dear viewers, a maximum of 10 frames to go, with Kelvin needing to win 6, Dog City needing to win 5 to make it 21 for the consequence of $2,000 US, which both players, sponsors of the day, gave to me and granted me full permission to give it to whoever wins the race. It has also been the most peaceful match that I have streamed so far. The players have been communicating between each other perfectly well. There has not been any dispute. They've not had video review at any point in the match. That is the beauty with friends taking on each other. Whenever they have been communicating, the mode of communication has been Chinyanja, Kelvin's mother tongue, which Dog City speaks equally good. Will Dog City find one of his reds? If he doesn't, he knows he loses the frame. He goes for relatively much power, plays cue ball into the red and survives fouling. And Kelvin knows that he needs to try his maximum best to obtain a free shot. He really does need a free shot. His intention is to play snooker. It's not a snooker, unfortunately, and it would have been a very technical shot, only to be played with a little too much power. Dog City has sides, I think, of two of the reds. It should be clearly, a frame should be finishing now, and for easier choice to make a pot is play red into red by connection, try and put red to the corner pocket top left. If he gets that right, if he doesn't close the cue ball, if red doesn't slide off the other, for the red he plays to be positioned away from the pocket, maybe onto the cushion on the left, then he will be good to go. He has to use too little power, has to be too precise, goes for power. Very good from Dog City. Decided by intention to play by combination. Maybe he was worried that the table could drift a little, and he's being bailed out by his large set of skills. Even when combination is not exactly needed, he played it and he's on the verge of winning the frame. He has a little bit of worry. If he rolls the cue ball right against the red, naturally he probably loses the cue ball. He's dragging the cue ball such that it bounces off the cushion, but with little power plays it into the black and sets it. That's way better, more clinical, more effective from the dog in the city, who is extending his lead. It's now Rashid Wagaba 17 and Kelvin Fikoti 15, rest to 21. It's now a maximum of 8 frames to go. If Dog City can get half of those, it will be him for the victory. Now Kelvin has to get really worried. The guy he's playing against has gotten a relatively very good money match record ever since his advent of Kenya. He has actually played, I think, 5 money matches. He has played 6 money matches, I want to beg your pardon, winning 4 and losing 2. That's a very good record. He did lose by a little bit of surprise against the Kenyan, that is Patrick Mwangi. He won against the Kenyan, that is he lost against Henry Mwangi, sorry, and won against Patrick Mwangi. He also won against Saif Hamad. He won against Ishmael Mtito twice and lost once. It's actually 5 victories and 2 defeats. That is a very good record. And Kelvin will not want to fall prey to the Ugandan. But there is reason to believe that could be the case, at least for today. With the Decisive now showing a statement of intent, playing a red open. He knows Kelvin will find it hard finishing the yellows with one piece of the table. There are 2 relatively dead yellows, sorry. One behind the red, packed near the center pocket bottom, the other behind red, close to the corner pocket top right. He will have to put the ball here. I have to say, I don't remember Decisive playing lots of money matches against Zambian players for whatever reason, and yet he was for a long time a resident in Zambia. He was most of the time playing in comps. I was in Lusaka, a resident there at the same time as Caesar and Ibra, Othman Bukenya and Geoffrey Setumba. They could even have formed a Ugandan club that side. Of course, Geoffrey and Othman remain in the country nowadays, settled there. In fact, for Geoffrey, the guy that is called Fire, he's not only settled there, he's living, working and married there, starting a family and married in church. Not just married like most of you who are watching on the stream. I'm joking. There has been a corner pocket top right that has gotten Kelvin back his yellow. Decisive must find a way of unlocking that pocket, or else this one becomes a Fikoti frame. As he tries to make a clearance, he will be having in his mind the corner pocket at the top right, where there is a yellow of Kelvin. The most tempting shot, because he has 2 reds right behind the yellow, would be combination shot. Even now, something is possible. Sorry about that little internet glitch on the YouTube stream. You may have missed the last 2 or 3 shots as Kelvin won the previous frame against Dog City. For now, the scores are 17 frames to 6, still Dog City in the lead. But then you are looking at what could be a 34th frame won by Kelvin by break and finish. Every reason to believe, especially given the position of white in relation to all of the reds on the table. I don't know why he's not deciding to start with the one close to the cue ball. Maybe upon realization, it could easier be potted to the corner pocket bottom right. This one to play with the top spin to bounce the cue ball off 2 cushions, then bring it back to around the middle of the table off 1, 2 cushions around the middle of the table, but plays it to the yellow, which is not exactly what the Zambian wanted. Now with sight perhaps of one of the reds, the one that is in between those 3 yellows, also another red that is just behind the black, wanting to play by connection red into red, which he plays and plays the cue ball into another red. That's a little bit effective, I want to think so, because even where the cue ball is now, the red that he has played open can be potted to the corner pocket bottom left either now or perhaps a little later. If he plays it now, the cue ball is played into Dog City's yellow, which could hampen Kelvin's pattern, and rightly decides to start with the one which is portable easier. The one he's playing just has to be a very simple roll with precision but minimal power. And then maybe plays the cue ball a little into the yellow, but guide the cue ball to have full sight of the would-be remaining red on the table. A little top spin, cue ball into the yellow, just a little. He should have used very minimal energy. That one will go down as bad game reading from Kelvin. There was an easier option. Play with minimal energy but just precision. He will have sight of the red to put it to the corner pocket top right. Now the option to try and recover is maybe play red off the yellow, that is rightwards of the 2 into the center pocket bottom. It is possible. And if he's to somehow try and manipulate cue ball for black in the same shot, it will require a lot of technique. Maybe play with backspin, the cue ball to move all the way leftwards and then back all the way rightwards where the black is, but first has to get precisely the red off the yellow. And the yellow, by the way, goes to just around the corner pocket where there is the black. It could occupy that pocket. That's why it's taking a lot of time, because the shot he's trying to play is quite difficult, requires a lot of technique, a lot of thoughtfulness, a lot of precision. There he goes for the sharp cut, misses, but misses only just. Perhaps he made his mind to play what looked like the right decision, but then having missed the ball, it is looking a little bit dangerous. His intention was to put, or if not to put, occupy that corner pocket completely with the red. But now that it's not completely occupied, and the fact that the black can pass will create a little goosebumps for Kelvin. I will not call the shot. Dog City has just played a good one where he potted but denies himself cue ball to put any of 6 yellows remaining on the table with any kind of ease. In my opinion, in this case, a safety is in order. Any other shot besides safety would be leaving a little too dangerous. But this guy knows one way how to play. He's probably imagining which ball he can put. He knows if he puts a ball, he can go for the frame. That is a little too risky. That is the commentator's opinion. Just play the safest available shot. Deny your opponent white to put his red and wait for your chance at least to play. There is the option of putting the yellow, one of the yellows, to the center pocket top, but has to be a very sharp cut. It also guarantees him no whites, even if he's support. That's what he's trying to do. He's not the player that takes a lot of time between shots, but now he realizes he must think and think hard before acting. For the YouTubers that got a 20-second internet glitch, I can tell you that after Dog City playing snooker, Kelvin found his red off the cushion on the left, potted it to the corner pocket bottom right, and then played the black to the corner pocket top right, but did not pot. Whatever Dog City is contemplating here, perhaps another snooker. There is some space between those three yellows close to black for Rashid to pass the key ball. If he does, there is a little chance he could find the black, and perhaps he will. In the case of the cue ball, when the black gets it in, and the frame will be won by Kelvin. He's playing master. This is risky. He could put the black off the yellow. I'm worried for him. It has to be pinpoint accuracy. Very good shooting from Kelvin. Wow, wow, wow. If you need entertainment at the business end of the match, Fikoti has provided entertainment. We have an equalizer. Dear viewers, Kelvin 17 and Dog City 17. This race to 21, dear viewers, is now officially a race. So please keep me company. In the next maximum 20 minutes, we shall have a victor. In so far, the closest match that has been toe to toe for all of the first 33 frames. For those that have been ending in deciders, there have been about 2 matches. You had one player win about 6-7 frames in a row, and then the match gets close as the other player starts to mount a comeback. But for this one, there has not been a lead that is more than 2 frames. The biggest lead thus far has been for either of the players has been a 2-frame lead, and most of the times scores have been level. It is called perfect competition between Kelvin and Dog City, between Zambia and Uganda, between Q Masters and Upper Volta, perhaps Q Masters and Jamlock. And once again, dear viewers, tomorrow is the start of the Mchana Easter Cup, a competition that shall be perhaps be competed for by men only. A race to 9 from first round onwards. Cash prizes for the top 8 out of 64 players. And the event shall be climaxing on Easter Sunday, which is 2 days today. And then on Easter Monday, the channel chairman, we call him GNM, will be sponsoring the team event. I shall have teams like Q Masters, like Snipers. I want to beg your pardon. That is the Tanzanians who are participating. They play with that is the team Snipers. Then there is about 3 Kenya teams, if not 4. That is 2 Mchana teams, the Knights and the Gladiators. Then the Ugandan team that will have a mix of non-Ugandans. It's called Q Danger. It has the likes of Dog City and, believe you me, Kelvin, then Kasozi, then Sula Matov. Who else? The guy called Eric Mogabo. Then there is a team that is called Big Kells. That is the Big Kells players. The likes of Ginte, then Jerry, then Ian. There's a 2 player, that is Malawi, Uganda, and South Africa. Then the 2 young Ugandan youngsters, Herbert and Asiko. There's also a team that is coming from the Kasarani town here in Kenya. I think it's called Kasarani Polo Club or something. So on Monday, it will be team action here in Kenya. But then we shall be at Mchana Pub and Grill in Nairobi. Today's match is at Jamlock in Machakos. They seem to be needing video evidence, these 2. Umpire XP has advised Dog City that the shot Kelvin played last was perfectly legal. Indeed, video evidence proves so. Dog City thought maybe Kelvin had double stroked. That was not the case, and Kelvin is playing one more technical shot, as if forcing Dog City to remove his rally, create way for Kelvin to play his yellows. Grand Cougar to say you want Elon included in Team Mchana. Elon will be on the Mchana Pole Crab media team. He will not play. After all, even if he plays, he won't get anything. I'm joking. Don't tell him he's my friend. Okay, if he plays, he will win the competition. I know that will make him happy. And after winning the competition, he will wake up from a daydream. Francis 87, thank you for watching from the YouTube stream. You say it's about to go down. Pool billiards. You say VP versus Dog City was like this. Yes, it was like this until it was 17-17. Then Dog City won 4 frames in a row. St. Tongo Derek, you think it will end 21 frames to 20 in favor of Dog City. Others, let's make predictions here. Predictions will win as Kelvin perhaps contemplates combination play, trying to put both yellow and red to the corner pocket bottom right. Perfect. Just one good shot which opens up the frame. If he makes one more ball, if he somehow gets to put any ball on the table, that yellow, any yellow, he gets to win the frame and perhaps will be winning it now. Peterson Magaba, thank you for watching from the YouTube stream. You say a long time before coming to Ginger. Yes, long time. Kelvin Sharawo, you said Dog City will win, and Fossil DJ, you think Dog City will win 21 frames to 20. Okay, Ria Vadel thinks Dog City will win 21-19. John Kasumba, you think it will end 21-20 for Dog City. Maybe the YouTubers are Dog City fans. I'll just take a minute to check out what the Facebookers have to think in terms of predictions. Nelson Better thinks Dog City will win. Evan Zokata, thank you for watching and appreciating the service. My partner in crime, happy Easter to you too. Mike Matekeve, thank you for watching. You said the background song reminds you. All right. God's presented to Dog City. He has a red ball close to the top right end of the table to take out. Maybe wanting to play the cue ball into the bad red. That's the shot. How good will the cue ball be? Where will the red rest? It could be unfortunate. There we go. That red is possible somehow. That is off the jaw of the corner pocket and maybe off the yellow, maybe off the jaw and direct shooting the pocket and in. Plays the cue ball backwards. The cue ball's movement is intercepted by Kelvin's yellow for Dog City. Recovery is just one, potting the black by rail drive to the corner pocket top right for the Ugandan to regain a much needed lead in the match with 7 frames to go. Dog City aims for the black and aims and shoots and puts and leads. Rashid Wagaba 18, Kelvin Fikoti 17. Jennifer Kazembe Tembisile thinks Fikoti will win 21 frames to 19. Jennifer believes Dog City can win maximum 1 frame more. Motafele Violino, thank you for watching as well on the Facebook stream. Sammy, everybody seems to have appreciated the clearance of Dog City. If I can have 2 of the best clearances, 2 of the best finishes, that one will be one of them. There is another that was played earlier in the match, maybe the 9th frame or something, by Kelvin. And those highlights every day, just to keep the gospel of the sport alive, I keep on sharing them to you on my socials. That is the Facebook stream Break and Finish Live, as well as my TikTok account that is also called Break and Finish Live, and on many of our social WhatsApp groups. I just keep sharing them, and that is mostly for those that don't have time for watching full matches. Some just like to watch the highlights, and that is it for them. Saul Nyeka thinks Fikoti will win by 21 frames to 19, and Temta Farm thinks Fikoti will win by 21 frames to 18. Actually, Saul thinks it will end 21-18. On the yellows is the Ugandan having one bad yellow. Of them, three left on the table. The one that is so close to the black, I think it could be touching the black near the side pocket at top. Now streaming to 1,800 people live combined on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you, Africa. I'm not so certain if the yellow can pass. Maybe by cheating the pocket a little. If it passes, then Kelvin will be counting himself a loser of the second frame in a row at the business end of the time of the match with backspin. Very good. The rest is a formality. Rashid Wagaba 19, Kelvin Fikoti 17, rest to 21 for 2,000 US dollars. Needing to win 4 out of 5. That is exactly what Kelvin needs to do, or else succumb to the loss of 2,000 US dollars. It will be very unfortunate for the Zambian that he has scratched on the break exactly at the time where he cannot afford to foul, to miss, to scratch, to break dry, to break void. That is the unfortunate situation with Kelvin. As for Dog City, will want to claim yet another frame, extend the lead to 3 frames for the very first time in the match. And whether you are watching from Facebook, Break and Finish Live, or YouTube, Peter Chebe Live, please do not forget to like the video. The table is open and it will remain open irrespective of what Dog City does, yeah? Unless the board's black, there it's closed, but in an awful way. Yes, the table remains open. What Dog City did, I'm not so certain he intended it. I'm not even certain which are the better positioned balls now between reds and yellows. I'm also not so certain he has played the fish shot well enough. Another player would play the cue ball into the pile up of yellows and reds and black, play them into space, and depending on where the cue ball rests, they decide whether to go for yellows or reds. Dog City going for yellows, support yellow to the corner pocket, bottom right, play the cue ball into the pile up of yellows and black. Neither does he pot nor does he open up the frame. That will be the poorest way to utilize a scratch on the break by the opponent. Table open, Kelvin to play. And the Zambian closes the table playing yellows. And now pretty finishable is the frame. He will take all the time in the world. He knows that this frame is absolutely critical. Shouldn't he win it? Dog City is not the player whom you condition to win 1 out of 4. Highly likely he will. If Kelvin wins the frame, then the match opens up yet again. For whatever reason, the DJ is choosing to play Ugandan music. Maybe the DJ is supporting the Ugandan in the match. 36 frames played with a maximum of 5 to go. With Kelvin needing to win 4, with Dog City needing to win 2. Maybe this is the first of 4 that Kelvin will need for the victory. He's played the cue ball close to both yellows left on the table. He will perhaps want to put both of them to the corner pocket, the same, that is at the bottom right of the screen. Black is in space, has to be careful with the cue ball here. He will start with the rightward ball, maybe drawing the cue ball backwards. Oops. He plays a little too intricate. His intention is to put the remaining yellow to we are back, dear viewers. Please accept my apologies. I can only use the internet as available by the respective service providers. When stuff glitch, I try my best, like I have now. We finally have the picture. Now we are left with a maximum of 3 frames. This is the math. If Kelvin Fikoti doesn't win them all, he will have lost the match. We can no longer afford to miss a ball, miss a shot, lose a frame. Losing it loses him a total of 2,000 US dollars. He almost lost the cue ball there, got a little bit fortunate, but then the cue ball remains on the table anyway, in between the jaws of the corner pocket where he's having his hands, aiming for the red, perhaps to the side pocket bottom, and puts and closes the table, going for the frame, going for the victory, trying to win it and win it by break and finish. On the reds, 5 of them left on the table, all of them in space. Same applies to the black. Clearly this one he will. For the player that was an almost obvious favorite for the victory for the very start. Of course, Kelvin has what I will call a better record of money matches in comparison to his opponent Dog City, who is now having this tour of Kenya vindicate him as another of Africa's very fine long racers. Most especially should he win this match, which should be the hardest of all that he has won in this tour, and he's already on 5 victories. and 2 defeats so far, losing out to the Kenyan Henry Mwangi and then losing out to the South African Ishmael Mtetwa. But he defeated Ishmael twice, defeated Saif just 2 days ago, defeated Patrick Mwangi, and they could be defeating Ishmael could be defeating Kelvin today unless the Zambian wins 3 consecutive frames, and clearly the first one should be in the bag, having the red to sort out to the corner pocket top right, have the cue ball off the top cushion, then move it all the way leftwards where the 2 remaining reds and black are. Off the cushion, leftwards into the red, perhaps into yellow. That is what happened. Its movement could be a sign of where this match is heading. Even when Kelvin is trying his best so far is just not good enough, at least by the closing stages of the long race. He must play a shot effective. Dog City will be waiting and hoping and wishing for one chance to finish one frame to win him the money. And how good will the shot be? As though he's going for a sharp cut of the red. Cue ball could be played into the black. The ball is cut sharp. Cue ball avoids the black. That one will go down as a fine shot, but still a little bit tricky. He has full sight of the remaining red on the table, but naturally, as he puts it, he has to use relatively much power because the cut is sharp. He may want cue ball to remain as close as possible to the black, and I'm speaking this only with the assumption that Kelvin will be potting the red. It has to be effective. It has to be precise. It has to be perfect. It must work out. It's a pot. Cue ball could be sunk. Very unfortunate. That could be the last shot that Kelvin will be playing in this race. Maybe this is the last time that he'll be having the claim to the $2,000 as pot of this match. Dear viewers, this is the last clearance of the match by the Ugandan, that is Dog City. For a free shot, he chooses simply to move the cue ball in between his yellows, almost all of them to perfection, to make the clearance even more ripe, to make the chance of him winning the money even more likely. Going for 6 yellows on the table now, with all the seriousness of the guy that resides in Kilimani, but decided to make the trip to Machakos to come and participate in this match to compete for the victory that will come with $2,000 now on 5 yellows. We'll want to put the one close to the corner pocket bottom right, have the cue ball bounce off the bottom cushion and then move leftwards, just a little leftwards. The yellow that is close to the center pocket top is portable with ease, with a simple roll, leaving it in a position where he can decide to start with either of 3 yellows left on the table, making it even more likely that he's taking the frame away. Taking the frame takes the match away. Taking the match takes the money away from Kelvin, who clearly started this one as the favorite, but Rashid Wagaba stayed fighting and fighting and fighting, with the fight now pendingly paying off, with him needing one big shot to one big corner pocket top left. If he shoots it on target, he will be set for celebrations after putting the would-be next to balls. He aims and puts, and he will be putting the last yellow on the table to the side pocket bottom, black to the corner pocket bottom left, to mark his victory, which will be the very first against Kelvin. Celebrations are in order for Dog City and Upper Volta and Jamlock and Uganda. Dog City defeats Kelvin. This one will equal the victories against Ishmael as one of the most renowned victories for Dog City in his already long career, though he's only starting to get into his mid-20s. Final score: Rashid Wagaba 21 and Kelvin Fikoti 18. Congratulations. Do you think that is the biggest battle you've won all your career? Because you've beaten some top players, but you know Kelvin is a top player. Okay, where does that stand among your best victories?
He's a good player, yes, I agree with that, but it's not my first battle. I played against Caesar when he's coming to ATA, yes. So I
fighting. At one time I thought you are not going to make it. What inspired you fighting?
Unfortunately, before starting this race, my stick got broken, so I had to look for a stick to use to play the battle. So, but we shall play. He's a good player.
He has been asking for a rematch with you. What answer do you have for him?
Yeah, I think we can play next week.
You are playing next week?
Yeah, it's fine.
And if that match ends, will you give Jerry a battle?
Yeah, of course. I'll challenge Jerry as well. Yeah.
So I have $2,000, but since you say you are going to play Kelvin again, I'm giving you 1,000. Then 1,000 will be the stake for the
it's
game.
Fine. It's fine.
Oh, congratulations to Decisive. I like watching your game. Congratulations.
Kongs Julie.
Kongs
Julie.
Kongs.
So after beating all the Kenyans, now you've started acting on your friends. I thought you were friends with Keruche.
Yeah, we are friends, but I had to punish her so that I go unbeaten.